Uno, 2, 3, audio, uno, 2, 3. Uno, 2, 3, audio, uno, 2, 3. Ah,
español. Español, teoría del juego.
without modification. The one we have on our agenda, adopted. We warmly welcome Ambassador Laura Hill, who is joining us for the very first regular session of the Permanent Council in her capacity as Assistant Secretary General. Madam Assistant Secretary General, we send you our sincere greetings and look forward to your valuable leadership and contributions to the work of this council. Before continuing, allow me to extend our most sincere condolences to the United States delegation following the devastating floods that hit the state of Texas. We stand in solidarity with all those affected and offer our sincere condolences to the families hard hit by the loss of human life and who are now mourning. I would also like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Permanent Council to congratulate the following member states on their recent national holidays. Canada on July 1st, the United States on July 4th, Venezuela on July 5th, the Bahamas on July 10th, and Colombia on July 20th. We wish these nations to continue to experience prosperity, peace, and happiness as they celebrate their unique identity of democracy and rich cultural heritage. On behalf of the Permanent Council, we congratulate President Jennifer Greeling Simons as well, the first woman to preside over Suriname, on her inauguration on July 16th.
This is an important moment in the history of Suriname, and it has once again been a show of progress in the Caribbean, notably when it comes to gender equality in high-level positions. Before continuing, I would like to give sincere thanks to Ambassador Benoni Belli, the permanent representative of Brazil, for the way with which he presided over the Permanent Council over the last quarter. Ambassador Belli, who is currently on vacation, will receive the commemorative gavel when he returns. As this is the first regular session under Canada's chairmanship, I would like to ask all of your permission to remind you all of the principles and objectives that were presented during the working plan that was recently shared with you. These are the principles that will guide our work over the entire quarter. My delegation assumes this responsibility during a critical moment for the OAS, and we are committed to promoting constructive dialogue, collaboration, and pragmatic decision-making in the face of our current challenges. Our priorities include promoting democracy and human rights, with a particular focus on indigenous populations and those living in vulnerable situations. Canada is guided by the principles of transparency, multilateralism, and we will therefore encourage everyone to participate in our exchanges and dialogue. Canada's chairmanship will also help lay the groundwork for the upcoming Summit of the Americas, strengthening the role of the Permanent Council in cooperation at the continental scale. My delegation will also follow the example of our predecessors, ensuring full respect for the rules and procedures that guide our work in this council, and I thank all of the delegations in advance for their cooperation in this endeavor, which of course is a shared responsibility for all. Now, with regard to the next item, that's item 2 on the order of business, I'm delighted to officially welcome an eminent colleague here to the Permanent Council. We have had the opportunity to hear him during our recent GA, and we're delighted to officially receive him here as a member of this council. I'm honored to give a very warm welcome to the permanent representative of Jamaica, Ambassador Anthony B. Anderson. He presented his credentials to the Secretary General on June 19th last. Ambassador Anderson is a well-respected leader in the area of security, defense, and diplomacy. He has vast experience with both national and multinational organizations, and he has served Jamaica with distinction both at the national level and globally, holding key high-level positions. And these efforts have made it possible to exceptionally reduce crime and strengthen international cooperation and security. He was previously an advisor on national security to the Prime Minister of Jamaica. He has also been chief of staff of the Jamaican Defense Forces, contributing to defense diplomacy and modernizing Jamaica's institutions. Ambassador Anderson has academic experience studying defense and engineering, and he has received many different distinctions. Particularly, he is part of the international pantheon as a commander of the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. Ambassador Anderson, please allow me to officially welcome you to the Permanent Council of the OAS, and I give you the floor.
Okay, sorry. Yes, let me repeat. I said, thank you, Mr. Chair, for welcoming me to this meeting, but also to this council, which I'm honored and proud that I can represent my country here on this council. Secretary General Albert Ramdin, Assistant Secretary General Laura Gill, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I've already started my tenure here as I managed to get my credentialing done just prior to the General Assembly, and that has given me an opportunity to interact with many of you already. So I feel like I've been here for a little while. The business of the Organization of American States is of some significance and importance to Jamaica, and the work of the Council as it guides the organization, and the work of the organization is significant in the region. And I think that it will give me an opportunity to lend some of my own experience to this council, my own background, which, as the chair said, is a strong military background. For some 35 years I was in the military, ending as the head of our military. What that did, though, was give me an opportunity to, through multilateral systems, the Conference of Defense Ministers, the IADB and otherwise, and also through bilateral arrangements, interact with just about every country here represented. I've been to most of your countries and certainly interacted with your security forces of all the countries represented here, from Canada in the north down to Chile and Argentina in the south. So I look forward to renewing some of those engagements with the various countries as I join you in furtherance of the best things that we can offer to our Americas. As was said before, post my military service, I became an advisor to the Prime Minister on security matters, which of course gives you a lot of opportunity to work at the strategic level. and also, and then subsequently as Commissioner of Police, which I did for the last 6 years up until last year, resulting in a far more modern, fit-for-purpose police force, but also with significantly reduced crime levels as my successor continues the process of reducing crime, but also the impact of criminal gangs and transnational organized crime. And so that has boded well for the country. Once you start to get good security arrangements in place and your people start to feel more secure, it seems as though all other matters start to fall into place as well. Your economy starts to grow and people are less afraid. And to the extent that, certainly as a security professional is concerned, as a security professional, I think that is one of the most important things that one could do and serve as. Now, as this next step, and I look forward to all of your guidance as diplomats. Some of you are very senior in your profession as diplomats. This is new to me from this perspective, although not new overall. I look forward to interacting, learning from you, and contributing also to what we do. So as I embark on this new chapter of service to my country, I reaffirm Jamaica's firm commitment to the principles and work of the OAS. We remain deeply invested in advancing the objectives of the OAS, whether it's the multidimensional security, the promotion of democracy, the protection of human rights, and the pursuit of integral development. My delegation and I look forward to continuing to contribute constructively to the work of the OAS to foster open dialogue, mutual respect, and to deepening collaboration with each of you in pursuit of our shared hemispheric goals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'll now give the floor to the coordinators of the regional groups and other delegations that would like to welcome the permanent representative of Jamaica.
Panama, vous avez la parole.
Panama is recognized. Thank you, Chair. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the delegations that are part of the Central American and DR sub-region in order to give a very warm welcome to Ambassador Anthony Anderson, the permanent representative of Jamaica to the OAS. We are delighted to receive you here at this space where dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect guide our shared efforts. And Jamaica and the Central American sub-region share deep historic, cultural, and cooperation ties in the framework of the Inter-American system. We agree on priority areas such as climate change, multidimensional security, social inclusion, and the fight against organized crime. We staunchly believe that the experience and leadership of Ambassador Anderson will be a significant contribution to the work of this organization and strengthening regional dialogue. We wish you most success in his new endeavors, and we reiterate our willingness to collaborating with his delegation and seeking shared solutions to the challenges that our region faces. You're very welcome, Ambassador. Thank you very much.
Merci, Panama.
Thank you, Panama. Colombia is recognized.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to Secretary General Albert Ramdin and ASG. I will give special greetings because I am also joining the council that you have presided. And this is the first session that you have chaired and the first that Laura Hill as ASG has attended, and also the Secretariat of the Permanent Council. So I wish you a very warm welcome from Colombia, and you can count on full support, which of course is indispensable. And the previous ambassador did a great job as a defender of human rights. And this really is closely related to the OAS and its work, and we already are aware from the interventions that we just heard from our second ASG of her commitment to human rights and rights related to women. So, Chair, I am taking the floor today, Chair, on behalf of the Group of 10 to give Ambassador Anderson, who just joined us, a very warm welcome and wish him very much success as permanent representative of his country to the organization. We know that throughout his career, Ambassador Anderson has played an essential role in promoting regional cooperation. He is an active participant in the design and management of many different initiatives and security operations, as we just heard in the Caribbean. And we also underscore his designation as ambassador and permanent representative as a reflection of Jamaicans' commitment to using highly trained individuals in the relevant regional and international fora. And you know that we have a region that's extremely impacted, and it's important for us to have reinforcements along these lines. And we celebrate the fact that during the presentation of his credentials, Ambassador Anderson confirmed his and Jamaica's strong commitment to defending the OAS Charter, as well as his participation in regional efforts to promote sustainable development, democracy, human rights, and citizen security. There is no doubt that thanks to his experience, Ambassador Anderson will be a fundamental contribution to addressing the challenges that our region faces. You can count on our commitment, Ambassador Anderson, to work and build solidarity. We certainly believe that we will be working with you on many noble initiatives on behalf of our people, and we trust that we will be able to strengthen partnerships, build regional synergy, and maintain open, constructive dialogue to drive sustainable results for the organization. And we have been traveling companions with you in Antigua and Barbuda, and we hope to continue being traveling companions with you here. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you, Colombia. Canada. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of my delegation, I would like to give you a very warm welcome, Ambassador Anderson. Canada is very interested in collaborating with you in order to progress toward our shared priorities, particularly regional security and policies against organized crime, as well as cyber threats, climate resilience, and environmental challenges, among others.
Honor of collaborating with Ambassador Anderson in his previous role in the Jamaican police through training programs aimed at enhancing regional security and capacity building of Haitian police officers in Jamaica, among others. We are eager for the opportunity to continue and further our engagement as Ambassador Anderson embarks on his role. We are certain, Ambassador, that your insights from previous experiences serving your country with distinction will deeply benefit the organization's different committees in the years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci.
Thank you, Canada. United States is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States welcomes Ambassador Anderson as Jamaica's new permanent representative to the OAS. We congratulate him on his appointment and thank the government of Jamaica for sending such a distinguished public servant to this council. Ambassador Anderson's background speaks for itself, as we've all heard here. His tenure as Commissioner of Police, Chief of Defense Staff, and Jamaica's first National Security Advisor gives him unmatched expertise in addressing the kinds of challenges that remain central to our region: transnational crime, public safety, and respect for national sovereignty. His voice brings valuable clarity to the discussions that take place in this chamber. Jamaica has long been a reliable and principled partner of the United States, including in ongoing efforts to counter organized crime and illicit trafficking. Jamaica has demonstrated a results-driven approach to shared priorities, one that aligns well with the foreign policy principles of the United States. In the OAS, we appreciate Jamaica's pragmatic engagement. From democratic governance to regional stability, Jamaica continues to advocate for effective solutions. We particularly recognize Jamaica's role in our ongoing regional discussions on the security crisis in Haiti including its participation in the multinational security support mission and its support for practical coordination through OAS mechanisms. Jamaica has also played a constructive role in efforts to address the ongoing crisis in Venezuela, including by supporting OAS efforts to hold the Maduro regime accountable and promote a democratic transition. These contributions matter. Mr. Chair, the United States is committed to multilateral engagement where it delivers measurable results for the American people and for the people of the Americas, and it supports the core principles of democracy, security, and the rule of law. In that context, Jamaica remains a constructive and clear-eyed partner. Ambassador Anderson, we look forward to working closely with you to strengthen OAS performance, promote accountability in its programs, and advance our mutual goals across the region. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you, United States. Bahamas, vous avez la parole.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary General Ramdin, Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Hill, permanent representatives, alternates, permanent observers, colleagues, Chair. My delegation takes the floor on behalf of the CARICOM group of countries to extend a warm and convivial welcome to our brother on the assumption of duties as Jamaica's permanent representative to the Organization of American States. Ambassador Anderson, we welcome you to this august chamber and also to the chair of the CARICOM caucus. We stand assured that your past leadership and expertise will place this hemisphere in good stead in advancing and building on the strong foundation laid by your predecessors. You bring decades of experience in defense, security, strategic leadership, having previously served as Chief of Staff and Defense Staff to the Jamaica Defense Force, before becoming Jamaica's first National Security Advisor, where you played a critical role in shaping national security policy and international cooperation. As Commissioner of Police, you spearheaded the modernization efforts in Jamaica's constabulary force, advancing technology, integration, and organizational reform to enhance public safety and law enforcement and innovative approaches to public safety. We are thus encouraged by your distinguished representation of Jamaica in international security spaces and the development of strategic international partnerships for Jamaica. We are therefore confident that your background will support our collective multilateral efforts in this organization. We welcome your guidance and input as we direct the OAS to address security challenges, and we support the call for strengthened climate finance initiatives, sustainable development that blends climate resilience, social diversity, economic stability, rising violence, distrust in democratic processes, as well as transnational organized crime. Ambassador Anthony, your achievements in these positions greatly align not only with the organization's foundational commitment of building a secure hemisphere for all in the Americas, but also with the newer vision that our member states and leadership hold for this organization. We are living in unprecedented times that presents new challenges to human security, from cybercrime to human trafficking, for which today marks the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, to climate change. As the OAS rises to meet these new challenges, we welcome your commitment to a modernized vision for the OAS. Your arrival is quite timely. As the legendary son of soil and Jamaican national hero Bob Marley said, and I risk not singing it because the last time we had a Jamaican representative, somebody sought to sing Bob Marley. I will not take such a risk at this time. As Bob Marley has said, the greatness of a man is not in how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. I am indeed confident that your integrity and discipline will have a long-lasting effect and positive effect on this organization. Therefore, on behalf of the CARICOM member states, I wish you all the best and every success. Please be assured of our continued and unwavering support. Chair, I thank you and this esteemed body for its kind attention.
Merci, Bahamas.
Thank you to the Bahamas.
S'il n'y a pas d'autres délégations,
If no other delegations are requesting the floor, I would like to thank everyone, and I would like to share my personal appreciation for the fact that you have all respected your 5-minute limit for the interventions, and I hope that this trend will continue throughout our deliberations today. Now, Ambassador Anderson, we wish you most success for you and your delegation as a permanent representative of Jamaica before this council. Thank you very much.
The next item, I'm afraid, is a little less happy. At the request of the Permanent Mission of Bahamas, it is our solemn duty to pay tribute to the memory of Ambassador Joshua Sears. Ambassador Sears served as a permanent representative to this organization from April 2000 until August 2006. We welcome to this council the dear wife of Ambassador Sears, Michelle, and his children, to whom we extend our deepest and most sincere condolences. To begin the tribute, I would like to offer the floor to the ambassador of the delegation of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, Mr. Chet Nemore. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Chair, Excellencies, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, good morning. Be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. For the Lord thy God is with thee, whithersoever thou goest. It is said that a name carries power, and the name Joshua biblically evokes the image of a leader marked by strength, conviction, and a divine sense of duty. Joshua, the servant of Moses, was chosen not because he sought greatness, but because he embodied it through obedience, courage, and faith. Today, as we reflect on the life and legacy of Ambassador Joshua Sears, we find those same qualities mirrored in him. His strength was not merely intellectually or professional, it was spiritual. He carried the burden of leadership with quiet grace. His courage did not lie in grand declarations, but in steady resolve. To represent his country with honor, to fight for what was just, and to move forward even when the path was uncertain. How many individuals could with ease prepare a Michelin-worthy loaf of bread at dawn and by mid-morning dissect the implications of a U.S. Senate bill before a room of seasoned diplomats? Who could shake a cowbell in rhythm at a Junkanoo rush out and hours later speak with equal rhythm and eloquence in the halls of global diplomacy? He was a leader without pretense. He didn't need titles to command respect. And yet, to many of us in foreign service and indeed across the hemisphere, he was simply Josh. It is a bittersweet truth of life that our most heartfelt words are often shared after one's passing. How fortunate we would be to offer them while one can still hear and know the depth of their impact. But today we still say them because Ambassador Sears earned every word. To those unfamiliar with him, his legacy surrounds you. The celebration of Caribbean American Heritage Month owes much to his tireless advocacy. This very room, the Simone Bolivar Room, was refurbished under his leadership ahead of schedule and below budget in classic Josh fashion. Ambassador Sears and I share a few meaningful connections, though I dare say we do not share the same quiet nature. Beyond sharing our dedication and commitment to our God and our country, we both hail from the same island, Exuma. I had the privilege of serving my first diplomatic posting under his guidance here in Washington, D.C., and we both served as chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs. But let the record show, Josh was the first and finest Bahamian to hold that post. I recall vividly his farewell to this council in this room. His beloved wife, Mrs. Michelle Sears, and his children and his family were here. He offered sincere thanks, selflessly, to all of us, including me. And so on behalf of the government and people of the Bahamas, we say now to Michelle, to his children, Condra Sears, Kirsty Johnson, Karen Sears Arnett, and his siblings and extended family who have joined us this morning, along with Ambassador Wendell K. Jones. We say thank you, and thank you for sharing Ambassador Sears with the Bahamas, with the OAS, and with the world. Notably, the Sears family is enduring a period of compounded grief, having experienced 3 separate losses within 2 months. Yet they are here, a testament to the strength and what defines Josh's life and their life. I'd also like to say Ambassador Vargas of Colombia. Through you, we also express deep appreciation to the government and people of Colombia for the kindness shown to Ambassador Sears during his final mission. There is profound irony, or perhaps divine providence. In fact, although he was designated, Ambassador Sears was designated to serve as ambassador to Colombia, the duties of his office never allowed him the moment to present his credentials. But on June 4th, 2025, while receiving care in Colombia, Ambassador Joshua Sears presented his final credentials, not to an earthly authority, but to the highest authority of all. With dignity, excellence, and unshakable faith, he surrendered his human investiture to our Lord and Savior, who welcomed him with honor into his eternal kingdom. It is no mere coincidence that the scripture from the book that bears his name that I read this morning is from Joshua chapter 1, verse 9. So powerfully reflects the life that he lived. Be strong and of good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. For the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. May His Excellency Joshua Sears rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now offer the floor to the Secretary General, Mr. Albert Rondin. Mr. Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Good. Yes, good morning, distinguished permanent representatives, Mr. Chairman, Assistant Secretary General, Mrs. Sears, and children of Joshua Sears, and members of the family. Indeed, as the chairman said, today we are mourning the loss of a respected diplomat and a servant of our hemisphere and within the inter-American system. The late Ambassador Joshua Sears was more than a son of Bahamian soil. He was a servant of the Americas, a peace builder, and a voice of principled diplomacy. I had the privilege to interact and to work with Ambassador Joshua Sears when he was permanent representative of the Bahamas to the OAS. And in that capacity, we had many, many exchanges, and I valued his experience and his calm demeanor, even in the face of complex challenges. Whether advocating for the rights of small island states, which he did often, championing development issues, especially in terms of the environment, or navigating difficult hemispheric debates, also on the Inter-American Democratic Charter. He reminded us all that diplomacy is an act of service. Joshua Sears was a man who let the quality of his service speak. From the sands of New Providence to the halls of this permanent council, Ambassador Sears carried the Bahamian flag and the spirit with honor, a spirit rooted in respect, resilience, and responsibility. I recall my own encounters with Ambassador Sears, and I can tell you, he listened more than he spoke. And that's a good quality. But when he did speak, his words were deliberate, grounded, insightful, and substantive, always contributing to taking processes further. He knew the power of timing, the grace of restraint, and the necessity of courage, and always he carried himself really as a true statesman. His tenure as ambassador of the Bahamas to the OAS and as a senior public servant at home was marked by an unwavering commitment to the ideals of multilateralism, equity, and justice. He saw the OAS not merely as an institution, but as a vehicle for improving the life of our people. Discussions which we have up to today still in the same vein. Ambassador Sears' legacy calls us to reflect not only what he achieved, but on how he achieved it, with grace, humility, and an unshakable belief in the power of dialogue. To his family, to the government and people of the Bahamas, and to all who knew him and loved him, we extend our deepest condolences, but we also express our gratitude for sharing Joshua Sears' with us as a man who contributed to make our hemisphere stronger, more effective, and with conversations that couldn't be more thoughtful. So in celebrating the life of Ambassador Joshua Sayers, we are reminded of the profound truth that a heart attuned to the common good defines greatness. May he rest in an eternal peace, and may his example continue to inspire us all. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I now open the floor to the coordinators of regional groups and other delegations that may wish to pay tribute to the memory of Ambassador Sayers. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, colleagues. As Chairman, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the CARICOM caucus. Member states of CARICOM pay tribute to a distinguished Caribbean diplomat and public servant, His Excellency Joshua Sayers, former permanent representative of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to the OAS, who passed away on the 4th of June 2025. Ambassador Sayers served as the Bahamas permanent representative to this organization from April 2000 to August 2006. During that time, he earned the deep respect of his colleagues across the hemisphere for his principled leadership, sharp intellect, and steady commitment to the values that underpin this organization: democracy, peace, and cooperation. Throughout his tenure, he was instrumental in advancing the Bahamas' engagement with the OAS. The Bahamas supported a range of important initiatives, from contributions to the Belize-Guatemala Peace Fund to support for the multilateral evaluation mechanism on drugs, the Inter-American Commission Against Terrorism, and the conventions on the Inter-American Convention Against the Illicit Manufacturing of and Trafficking in Firearms, Ammunition, Explosives, and other related materials. Notably, he played a central role in facilitating the Bahamas' support of OAS electoral efforts in Haiti, underscoring his country's long-standing commitment to democratic stability in the region. But beyond the policy work, Ambassador Sayers was known among his peers as a thoughtful and measured voice, a diplomat who led with quiet confidence and a deep sense of duty. He believed that small states like the Bahamas had both the right and the responsibility to shape the course of regional and hemispheric affairs, and he carried that belief into every room he entered. Ambassador Sayers would later go on to serve in other senior capacities, including as Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Special Advisor to the Prime Minister of the Bahamas. His contributions to foreign policy were recognized internationally, and in 2010, he was honored for his leadership and service, further reflecting the high esteem in which he was held both at home and abroad. Today, member states of CARICOM remember not only a colleague, but a Caribbean statesman whose work left a mark defined by humility, vision, and a clear dedication to public service. We extend our heartfelt condolences to the government and people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and to Ambassador Sayers' family and loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. I now offer the floor to the delegation of Panama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Central American sub-region and the Dominican Republic would like to express his sincerest respect and would like to pay tribute to the life of the valued delegate, Ambassador Joshua Sayers. His departure leaves a significant footstep in our regional community. Ambassador Sayers represented the Bahamas at the OAS between 2000 and 2006 and did his work with great commitment and integrity. Nonetheless, his outstanding professional career is much more far-reaching, occupying various positions of leadership, and he stood out because of his prudence and firm vocation in public service. On behalf of the delegations of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, we would like to express our sincerest, deep-seated condolences to his dear ones, his family, the permanent mission of the Bahamas to the OAS, to the government and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and we share the respect and admiration for an exemplary diplomat whose ability to dialogue and strategic vision left a positive footprint in this organization as well as amongst his colleagues. Mr. Chairman, the sub-regional group of Central America and the Dominican Republic receives with great respect the memory of an esteemed member of our community. And in this regard, then, we reaffirm the commitment of the values that Ambassador Sears represented in this space of hemispheric solidarity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Panama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States joins the Council in expressing our condolences to the government and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the family of Joshua Sears and the passing of this ambassador. We extend our support to his family and the Bahamian Diplomatic Corps, who have lost a principled leader and mentor. Ambassador Sears' nearly 5 decades of public service were marked by professionalism, discipline, and strategic focus. I understand that here at the OAS, he led by example. He served as vice chair of the Permanent Council and chaired the working group responsible for reviewing the mandate of the OAS Special Mission in Haiti in 2003. His leadership helped guide consensus on complex regional issues. He championed Bahamian financial contributions in support of the Special Mission to Haiti and for the strengthening of democracy, drug control, and security programs across the region, including in Haiti, Colombia, Belize, and through the OAS Peace Fund. To our colleagues from the Bahamas and to his family, the United States stands with you in honoring Ambassador Sears. His thoughtful presence in his council and his contributions to inter-American engagement will not be forgotten. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, United States. Seeing no other speakers, I thank the delegations for their statements, which have been noted. Oh, Brazil, would you like to speak?
Obrigada, senhor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Permanent Mission of Brazil, I would like to echo the comments of condolences for the passing of Ambassador Joshua Sears as permanent representative to this organization from the Bahamas. We would like to express our solidarity to the government and the people of the Bahamas, to the friends and the family of Ambassador Sears, and to all of those in this House who had the honor to work with him. His career, Joshua Sears' career, was marked by deep dedication to public service and regional diplomacy. Over the course of decades, he represented his country. As a permanent representative to the OAS between 2000 and 2006, he was a respected spokesperson who was committed to strengthen multilateralism, democracy, and hemispheric security. He represented firmly to the initiatives of the OAS as he represented the Bahamas, and he was committed to the top priorities here: mission in Haiti, the Peace Fund, Belize, Guatemala, and the initiatives of cooperation when it came to corruption, terrorism, and fighting drugs and drug trafficking. Because his firm academic career, Ambassador Sears had technical preparation, political feelings, and a spirit of construction. Solidarity, which is an example of his career and his strategy. Brazil would like to pay tribute to his memory and reaffirms its appreciation to the very valuable contribution that he offered to the inter-American system. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brazil.
Seeing no further delegations wishing to speak, again, we take note of these thoughtful interventions. And on behalf of the Permanent Council, I would like to once again extend our deepest condolences to the family of Ambassador Sears and to his friends and close collaborating colleagues. May he rest in peace. Colleagues, we now pass to the next item on our agenda. At the request of the delegation of Guatemala, we will proceed to commemorate the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. It is my distinct honor to welcome Her Excellency Dr. Karin Herrera, Vice President of the Republic of Guatemala, who will join us virtually today for this important occasion. Madam Vice President, we are deeply honored to have your participation at the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States. Are we prepared to? Very good. Then you have the floor, Madam Vice President.
Microphone, please.
Madam Vice President, difficulty hearing you, so we will just try to correct that.
¿Pueden encender el micrófono, por favor? No los escuchamos. ¿Pueden hacer refrescar el navegador, por favor? Y nuevamente piden la palabra, disculpen. No los estamos escuchando.
Señor secretario federal.
Sí, escuchamos.
Yes, now we can hear you. Please, go ahead, you have the floor. Mr. Secretary General, Madam Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Chairman of the Permanent Council, distinguished delegates, representatives of member states and observer states. I would like to offer a warm greeting from the government of Guatemala. I begin my participation by greeting the chairman of the Permanent Council of the OAS in charge of the Permanent Mission of Canada, and I express my sincere congratulations to the Secretary General, Albert Ramdin, and the Assistant Secretary General, Laura Gil, for their recent appointments as authorities in the Organization of American States. It's an honor for me to participate in this council session of the Permanent Council of the OAS in our capacity as chair of the 8th meeting of national authorities on dealing with trafficking in persons and ratifying before you Guatemala's commitment in the generation of hemispheric efforts to fight human trafficking. We are approaching July 30th, an emblematic date that commemorates worldwide the fight against this crime, which is one of the most lucrative forms of organized crime, affecting without any distinction at all millions of people in the world and placing countries as places of origin, transit, and destination for their commission. According to the United Nations data between 2020 and 2023, more than 200,000 victims worldwide were detected, and it is believed that the actual numbers of unreported cases is significantly higher. The Global Report on Human Trafficking, published in 2024 by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, presents a regrettable reality. Women and girls continue to represent the majority of the victims throughout the entire world. 6% of the victims are sexually exploited. Likewise, the detection of child victims has increased. Girls captured for exploitation purposes, both sexual and labor, and children in general for labor exploitation purposes, and organized criminal groups. Behind these statistics, there are stories of suffering, family, and lives marked by the profound damage that this crime causes, and therefore the consolidation of more humane, inclusive, and effective public policies is necessary in the Americas. At the hemispheric level, Guatemala is spearheading important effects. The Secretariat Against Sexual Violence, Exploitation, and Trafficking of Persons, SVET, and other public entities, with the support of the Department of Public Security of the OAS have accompanied the data collection process for the Cycle of Collection 2024 on the Knowledge Platform on Trafficking in Persons, which will facilitate the exchange of information between member states. We are pleased to share that we have started the fulfillment of the mandate for the creation of an Inter-American Survivors of Human Trafficking Network. In our capacity as chair and in coordination with the Department of Public Security, we present in the first Global Forum on Human Trafficking Survivors the preliminary results of the mapping of sectors initiatives, civil society, and international organizations. This is aimed at addressing this crime, carried out in 8 member states of the OAS, who are also part of the Regional Coalition Against Human Trafficking and Illicit Trafficking of Migrants, CORAT, chaired by Guatemala. With the support of the Department Against Transnational Organized Crime and the Verification Agency of Guatemala, the webinar on trafficking in people and migrant smuggling, entitled Persecution of Finance Associated with Organized Crime Networks. This is the first of the 3 events that will be performed this year. We are working on the validation of indicators to measure the progress of the 3rd work plan for integral responses on the treaty, valid until 2028. Guatemala, in the context of the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, ratifies its commitment to continue with firm and determined will all the necessary actions to prevent, combat, and sanction human trafficking with strict adherence to international standards. We are convinced that the defense of human dignity does not admit or accept any conditions or borders, that no effort will be spared when it comes to protecting the life and freedom of human beings without any distinction whatsoever. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for both your patience with our technology as well as your very valuable remarks, your leadership, and your commitment on this vital issue. Next, I would like to invite the Chief of the Information and Knowledge Section of the OAS Department of Public Security, Ms. Karen Bosikovic, to address the Council. Ms. Bosikovic, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to avail myself of the opportunity to thank the Vice President Herrera for her introduction on this item which brings us together today, and of course to say that for the Department of Public Security of the OAS, we share this commemoration of the Day Against Trafficking in Persons with Vice President Herrera and with the Secretariat Against TIPS in Guatemala, and of course with all of you who are present today. Good morning to everybody, and what I would like to do during my set of comments is to very quickly tell you about the pilot project which has been carried out with regards to the platform of knowledge on trafficking in persons, TIPS. The presentation is in both English and Spanish. The text in English is on the left, and the text in Spanish is on the right. So this pilot project on trafficking in persons has to do with resolution of the General Assembly 2606 2022. And there are a host of technical points that we have included in the pilot project and that has kicked off this pilot project, but for questions of time, I will not go into these technical issues. They're very technical, but they are included in the presentation in the reference information. I'd like to look at the 4 objectives which you can see on the screen and which guided carrying out this objective, or I should say this initiative. One was to present and disseminate the platform among those working on human trafficking in the member states themselves. And here, we also wanted to update the platform with official and updated data which are uploaded and validated by the countries themselves. We also wanted to officially launch and present the platform to the public, and we hope to do that precisely on the 30th of July. We wanted to identify and systematize user feedback to improve the platform, the focal points, that is to say, those who are working directly with the platform, so that we would have comments and we would have improvements and different versions for the platform. Now, the pilot project was carried out in 6 stages, and these are the ones that you see right here on the screen. We implemented the pilot in September 24 and April 2025. Let me just give you an overview of some of the stages. Preparatory stage first. Here, what we did, one of the things that we did, I should say, was to contact member states through their respective permanent missions so that they would appoint a focal point that could accompany the pilot. During those procedures, 23 focal points were designated. And now after the first stage, we had a general approach for the second stage, and we also offered an explanation as to the cycle for data collection, through which we were going to have the pilot project of the platform. Here, 18 countries participated with their respective focal points. In the second stage, what we did was to have individual training sessions for each and every one of the countries. And in this stage, you can see that 16 countries participated in these training sessions that were individualized, tailored for each one. In the third stage, we're going to have various sessions, individual ones on the work with the 15 countries that participated in this stage. Here, what we're seeking to do here is to complete as many forms as possible. And we have 34 forms in this stage, and these forms will go through different stages, revision or review and approval. These are the 3 stages with varying levels of form of completeness under the 15 countries. These 15 countries that participated in the individual work sessions, of those 10 completed all 3 stages that I'm talking to you about with varying levels of form completion. Of the 10 countries that participated in this stage, 2 completed the cycle of data collection forms, 2023-2024. So I would like to seize the opportunity to thank the focal points of Guatemala and Honduras for the wonderful work that they carried out and their commitment and dedication that they evinced over the course of the entire pilot project. Brazil was really close to completing the data collection. 30 of the 34 forms were finished, so we'd also like to say that we recognize the wonderful work carried out by Brazil. And here also, on the levels of completion for the data collection, about 75%, or I should say 50 and 75% of the forms were completed, 50% of the forms were completed, and some completed less than 25% of the forms. So we can see the participation in this stage, which was 43%, otherwise the attrition rate, and we can say that we saw from the preparatory stage, we began with 23 countries, to this stage, where we had review and approval of the forms, where we remained with 10 countries. Now, as I was saying at the very beginning of this presentation, one of the objectives of the pilot project was to precisely identify and systematize and document all of the feedback from the focal points themselves as part of the platform to better understand how things work and how we should deal with things. And this feedback is carried out in 2 phases. Over the course of the pilot, based on the comments and some of the problems that the focal points reported on, and also we had feedback through a survey that we had for the focal points. Now, for questions of time, I'm not really going to get into the feedback now. I don't have time, but over the course of the pilot project, we saw these comments and we saw some of the projects that were notified on by the focal points, and we had at least 30 changes and improvements that were made in the forms. And then, as I was saying, just to wrap up the pilot project, we had a survey, and we have this for 8 focal points in 6 countries, and we hope to share these results as part of the report of the pilot project that we have drafted and that we should like to share with all of you on the 30th of July. Just to understand why we had this attrition rate over the course of the pilot project, we've got some of the obstacles that we had to deal with, and precisely the focal points informed us on. First, the pilot test was announced in September, and countries didn't have enough time. They had very little time to prepare themselves. The speaker's microphone has been lost.
We much appreciated the presentation, which, of course, has a lot of substance for us to consider. I now offer the floor to Ms. Jane Piasser, specialist at the Violence and Crime Prevention Section of the OAS Department of Public Security.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. Chair of the Permanent Council, ASG, dear representatives, colleagues, I'm delighted to be with all of you today to share some of the activities that we have been carrying out in the framework of inclusion for survivors in response to TIP. Thank you very much. We have been mapping the response in some of these activities in response to a resolution adopted at the OASGA last year, which urges or requests that the Department of Multidimensional Security work with UNODC to examine the creation of an inter-American network of survivors of TIP. And we know that there's a global movement to boost participation for persons with this lived experience in this topic. And we realized when talking to our colleagues from UNODC, from Guatemala, which chaired the 8th meeting, and when we talked about other initiatives, before creating this network, however, we need to understand a little bit better how the situation is when it comes to participation of survivors in the region, and also pursuant to some of the experiences that we had ourselves in implementing a workshop for survivors in Honduras, and this was in 2024. It's also necessary for us to start providing training and empowerment to survivors when we open these spaces in order for them to truly be able to actively take part of the response activity. Therefore, we have begun mapping in the 8 countries that are members of the OAS and also members of CORET. And these countries were Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Panama, Belize, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic. Among the countries surveyed, we had 135 responses from national authorities, which responded. We also had responses from the various institutions from civil society, the public sector, and international organizations. So in a total, we had 135 responses, and this provided us with input to get a better view of the reality on the ground. And the main goal was identifying existing mechanisms for participation of survivors. And whenever there isn't a mechanism, if there's any sort of a space that would really promote the creation of these mechanisms. Now, the mapping had 4 different axes in order to understand the questionnaire. We asked about participation, what were the activities, what were the spaces for participation for survivors, what sort of prevention mechanisms were there to avoid re-victimization of survivors of TIP, where we had gaps and challenges to overcome, and how institutional coordination was coming in order to promote this sort of participation. So from that mapping, we were able to identify that one of the main challenges is that there are no regulatory frameworks or legal frameworks for survivor participation. And in some of these countries, we did identify certain movements. There is a commitment. We talked to national authorities and various government entities that talked about working in the area, but there's nothing officially approved for participation, and therefore we thought it was important for us to pursue and to work on in order to ensure that survivors are actually part of the decision-making process when it comes to TIP policy. Another thing that we mentioned from the public sector as well as from civil society organizations is that with some frequency, these survivors are not empowered. They're afraid of re-victimization. They're afraid of taking part in these proceedings. Sometimes they've lost trust in certain institutions, and a lot of these decision-making processes take place in the capital, and the victims live somewhere else, maybe in a far-flung area in the interior of their country, and so this impacts their ability to take part in these events. We also identified that leadership positions are held by survivors are actually limited. There's not a whole lot of participation. Some institutions, mainly from civil society, said that yes, they do have some survivors who are directors of an institution, but it's very limited, and we did not identify any case like this in the public sector. We also heard that there are some committees and councils with participation of survivors. We also heard that the majority of survivors are consulted through workshops, meetings, and conferences where they are invited to take part. But generally speaking, when it comes to these activities, they're related to victim protection, not other areas of TIP like investigation, prosecuting the crime. It's really focused on just that part of providing assistance to the survivors after the fact. But having spoken to them, we identified that there are survivors who might have something to say about the entire process when it comes to addressing TIP. Another topic that has been discussed and debated at length, as the chair already stated, and we had the opportunity to present the results of this mapping and other activities that are underway as part of the World Forum on Participation of Survivors, and this was held in Vienna by UNODC. We heard a lot about the idea of understanding. Survivors are tired of the fact that we can't have them participate without compensation. So we always invite them to come take part, but we have to find a way to compensate them for their expertise and their time in this area. This is a question that we asked, and some countries have actually identified funds. They do have funds that could be used to this end, but they are not yet allocated for that purpose. And another thing that we've identified is that some cooperation or better cooperation and collaboration has begun between various institutions in this area. However, we need to strengthen it, not only in the public sector, but we need to do the same working with international organizations and civil society. Before I conclude, I would just like to mention that we have some opportunities that we might be able to explore. We have various spaces for dialogue. Countries such as Panama, the DR, and Guatemala already have platforms with participation of survivors, and this could be strengthened. Other countries are developing legislation and frameworks in order to promote their participation. And
thank you very much, Madam Payasa. And perhaps for the convenience of interventions in future, what I propose to do is to ring the bell at the 30-second point. You will note the timer gives each individual, whether it be in a member state or a panelist, the time allotted plus 30 seconds. So what I propose to do from now on is at the time allotted, ring the bell so that people know it's time to wrap up and they have no more than 30 seconds before the regrettable situation arrives where we cut the microphone. Thank you so much for your understanding and cooperation. I appreciate it very much. So at this point, I invite any member states who wish to address the commemoration to request the floor. Guatemala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear representatives, delegations, I'd like to begin by congratulating Canada for assuming the chairmanship of the Permanent Council and reiterating our support for most success at the helm of this space. We also recognize the presence today of our Secretary General Albert Ramdin and our ASG Laura Hill. My delegation also thanks you for placing this topic on the order of business to address trafficking in persons every day on the 30th of June in order to reflect and act on one of the most flagrant human rights violations. And we underscore participation from the Vice President of Guatemala, Dr. Karen Herrera. Her intervention reiterates our leadership at the chair of the 8th meeting of authorities on topics related to TIP, and in her words, she reiterated our staunch commitment to fighting this crime and expressed deep solidarity with victims and survivors of this serious scourge. We also underscore the activities carried out by the Secretariat Against Sexual Violence, Exploitation, and TIP, ISBET, with support from the Department of Public Security from the OAS, as chair of the 8th meeting of the national authorities in the area of TIP. Chair, for Guatemala, addressing TIP is a national priority, and it is a regional commitment and a global commitment as well. That is why we have driven policies focused on victims and survivors. We have ensured a humane, dignified, restorative approach. Against this backdrop, our government has developed a protocol for interinstitutional coordination for repatriation of victims of TIP, establishing various differentiated elements due to nationality and age, ensuring orderly, dignified, and safe repatriation focused on rights. This tool also lays the groundwork for designing life projects that are sustainable. Working with survivors is essential. It requires comprehensive care to promote resilience and well-being. And this isn't just an issue related to protection. It also is an issue of returning rights, reparations, and providing opportunities. And we also underscore approving Decree 3/2025, the law to promote and punish the trafficking of children and teens in the penitentiary system in Guatemala, as also promoted by the Vice President of Guatemala, Karen Herrera. Finally, Chair, Guatemala, as chair of this technical space, reiterates its support for the commitments shouldered in international and national institutions such as the Palermo Protocol, and we express our willingness to continuing to work with member states to strengthen our prevention policies, care, and effective criminal prosecution. This crime knows no borders. This is a task that we cannot address in silos. Rather, we must come together and join our collective efforts to strengthen mechanisms for regional cooperation and international cooperation as well to prevent these crimes and protect the most vulnerable, particularly women, children, adolescents, and migrants. Today, more than ever, we need decisive action and genuine regional cooperation, and this is the only way we can eradicate this scourge and return peace, justice, and hope to those who have been violated by TIP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guatemala. Panama, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the Panamanian delegation, thank you very much for including commemorating the International Day of TIP in today's regular session through the request of the Guatemalan delegation. And also thank you very much to the various panelists who have joined us, and we've taken due notes of your valuable presentations. This is a topic that our shared humanity must pay constant attention to and act in response to. We need to come up with a human rights-focused response, and Panama is making efforts to address illicit human trafficking in its legal framework and public policies, such as implementing the National Plan Against TIP, the creation of the National Commission Against TIP, increasing investigations and prosecutions, creating specialized units and a specialized prosecutor's office for these crimes in the Attorney General's Office of the Republic to investigate and criminally prosecute TIP, increasing international cooperation, bilateral and multilateral cooperation, as well as physical protection and assistance for TIP victims from the technical unit for care and protection for witnesses and victims. We have continued to strengthen our national program against TIP, and in December 2024, we adopted Law 428, which formalizes a law from 2011 on TIP. This new law seeks to update and strengthen Panamanian laws in line with international standards in the fight against TIP, particularly the Palermo Protocol. These lines are leading to workshops for immigration authorities and other public officials on the new law 428. Also in March of this year, we held a session for the public and private sectors to strengthen strategies against money laundering with funds stemming from TIP. Our national plan against TIP in Panama is characterized by an ongoing commitment from the government to strengthen our response to this crime with significant progress in our legislation and our training, which is a show of our desire to continue improving our care for victims and protection, as well as allocation of resources. We focus on promoting an approach focused on human rights, regardless of their age or gender, addressing all factors that contributing to people who are vulnerable to TIP. We think it's important to continue strengthening our response in our criminal justice system. It's also important to underscore the indispensable role played by international cooperation to continuing to address this scourge of TIP. We therefore underscore the valuable work carried out by the OAS along these lines. To conclude, Panama reiterates its staunch commitment to efforts to fight TIP, emphasizing the importance of promoting and developing responses that are broad, coordinated, and systematic in our national, regional, and international programs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias, Guatemala.
Thank you, Guatemala. Mexico. Thank you, Chair. The Mexican delegation is grateful for the presentations made, and we salute your participation in this session of the Permanent Council, Vice President Karen Herrera from Guatemala, and we recognize the efforts of that brotherly country to address the scourge of TIP, one of the most serious human rights violations in our hemisphere. TIP is a complex crime, it's transnational, and it is deeply rooted in structures of exclusion. Fighting it requires a comprehensive response with a human rights focus, a gender perspective, as well as priority care for children, adolescents, and persons in situations of vulnerability. Against this backdrop, Mexico reiterates that regional cooperation and interinstitutional cooperation are sine qua non to moving forward in eradicating the scourge. In Mexico, the national program to prevent, punish, and eradicate crimes related to TIP and for protection and assistance to victims of these crimes 2002-2024 is part of our national policy to identify groups in situations of vulnerability which run the greatest risk of trafficking for sexual exploitation purposes. And we also strengthened our social integration and care for victims as well as persons violated by providing strengthened institutions that provide assistance such as shelters, refuges, and halfway houses. Mexico's government currently is finalizing the drafting of this program, which will be enforced until 2030, and this is the governing instrument based on 4 strategic lines: prevention, fighting, a regulatory framework, and care for victims. The idea is to build a culture of prevention and reporting for persons and sectors that are at risk, strengthening coordination between the 3 levels of government, civil society, and the private sector in order to improve investigation, prosecution, and care for victims. Promoting a reform and updating the national legislation with the aim of having appropriate instruments that are effective, and guaranteeing timely detection, comprehensive protection, effective access to justice, reparations, and social reintegration. Each year, in the framework of commemorating the International Day Against TIP, Mexico drives national information campaigns, prevention and reporting campaigns as well, in collaboration with international organizations, the private sector, civil society, and academia. Additionally, we have a convention for cooperation with the Palermo sector, and the idea is to raise awareness in tourist zones to promote protection and identification and reporting of potential cases of TIP. Chair, we reiterate our staunch commitment in Mexico to a regional policy that is well coordinated, focused on defending the human rights of all individuals, and aimed at results. We agree that part of this effort should also address the financial flow that sustains these trafficking rings and harness new technology for detention, investigation of these cases, and we welcome any hemispheric initiatives to fight this crime, such as the platform on awareness on TIP and other initiatives, as well as the Inter-American Network of TIP survivors. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Mexico.
Thank you, Mexico.
The floor is yours.
¿Cuál es la realidad?
The reality, 24.9 million people are victims of forced labor worldwide. About 71% of trafficking is of women and girls. National victims in the majority of our countries are being exploited sexually, in labor, and above all, in forced begging. What is the reality? We underscore the efforts that each of our states are putting forth, and something's happening, but it's not enough. The Republic of Ecuador is grateful to the Guatemalan delegation for requesting that we include this topic, and also thank you very much for the work that you're carrying out. We celebrate what we have heard today in order to include this in the order of business, that is the commemoration of the International Day Against TIP, and thank you very much for the valuable interventions. Above all, thank you for the valuable work that's being carried out on the ground by each of these member states. We're all aware of the serious threat of TIP for the inhabitants of our continent and the world, and we express our solidarity with the victims and their family members. This is a terrible scourge. We underscore that our work is not enough. We have a lot of ground to cover, and decisively, Ecuador has decided to strengthen its efforts against TIP, strengthening sanctions for this crime, which has a direct impact on health, life, and well-being. We have had a regulatory framework since February 2023, that is the organic law against TIP and illicit trafficking of migrants. We have citizen support, a referendum held in April 2024 proposed by our president, was a historic milestone for strengthening the punishment for this crime. The proposal had a favorable response that was resounding on the part of our citizens, and we are perfectly aware of what we need to do, and we need to do so with strength in preventing this. We are carrying out our plan of action against TIP 2019-2030, known as the PACT, and this has specific punishments for, as well as promotion of rights, investigation, prosecution. It is based on principles and a gender perspective, complemented with initiatives and campaigns, as well as spaces for dialogue that incorporate academia and civil society. We fundamentally believe in ongoing incorporation of civil society in this area, and the Interinstitutional Committee for Cooperation on TIP and Illicit Migrant Smuggling, made up of 3 institutions of our government, is coordinating comprehensive care for victims under a protocol to avoid re-victimization and ensure service quality. We congratulate the Inter-American Network of TIP survivors. We applaud the protocol for repatriation that is already in place in other states, as we've already heard, and we believe it's indispensable to come together and fight against a very serious scourge, the use of technology, which establishes strategies for perpetrators has already been shown, and we believe that we need solidarity when it comes to technology so that we can work with strength all together and prevent this. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Ecuador.
Thank you, Ecuador.
Floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the Guatemalan Mission for including this item on today's order of business. Addressing TIP is a pressing need given the urgency of shedding light on this serious crime against human dignity. Turning people into merchandise is an offense to the most fundamental values, and we must constantly be vigilant in the face of it. Brazil reiterates its staunch commitment to fighting the scourge, including through our fourth National Plan of Action to address TIP, which was launched in May 2024. It consolidates our progress and expands our objectives to 2028. The plan adopts best international practices with a comprehensive approach focused on prevention, qualified prevention, protecting victims, and social reintegration with a focus on interinstitutional coordination and strengthening our public care systems. In line with that plan, the federal government has coordinated a wide range of regional centers and posts that are advanced in providing human-focused care, healthcare, social assistance, and justice. Additionally, on July 4th last, we launched the National Panel on Data on TIP, seeking to reduce the lack of reporting and identify new modes and trends. And the data have shown that sexual exploitation continues to be predominant against women and girls. It's 32% of the reports made. Labor exploitation, particularly slavery conditions in agriculture, construction, mining, and domestic services, is 41% of the cases, and it mainly affects men and boys, particularly internal, domestic, and international migrants. In addition to that, we have intensified our work identifying discrimination practices, which are in large part responsible for these practices. And we have chosen this for our commemoration of the 2025 International Day commemorating TIP. And we have been working to bring down international criminal groups in Asia and other areas that work in sexual exploitation. And we also have been working to provide training for Brazilians to identify fraud. Also, we have been working to address TIP with federal and state entities, our international partners, promoting efficiency and transparency. And we have been investing in a public awareness campaign known as the Blue Heart, working with NGOs and multilateral entities to provide care for victims, provide prevention activities, and professional training, particularly for women, children, indigenous populations, and the LGBTQ plus population. Chair, we recognize that TIP is a complex phenomenon and it's constantly evolving. It demands an innovative response, international cooperation, and comprehensive respect for human rights. We have been working in Brazil to exchange information and strengthen our inter-American systems for investigation and prevention, and we have also been sharing our best practices to ensure justice and dignity for the victims. We reiterate our determination to act in coordination with all member states of the OAS and our joint efforts in order to address and eradicate this transnational crime, which affects the values we hold dearest in our hemisphere. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brazil.
El Salvador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to the Permanent Mission of Guatemala for requesting that we include such an important topic on today's order of business. Today we're commemorating the International Day Against TIP, and it's an opportunity for us to reflect together and take note and act in coordination in the face of one of the most serious human rights violations. This is a crime that impacts millions of people worldwide. El Salvador has been working continuously to fight this crime, and we have a special emphasis on protection for women, girls, children, and adolescents. We address this commitment with the greatest sense of responsibility. Our country has strong institutionality to address this scourge, and we have our National Council Against TIP, which leads important comprehensive activities aimed at creating strategies focused on preventing, protecting, and prosecuting this crime. We have strengthened our legal system for providing defense against organized crime. As a result of that, we have also been able to reduce the rates of TIP crimes and related crimes, and the Attorney General's office through the prosecutor's office have been improving their capacities and expanding their capacities so that all types of crimes against women, children, and adolescents will be investigated and criminally prosecuted in our courts, including in cases of TIP. When it comes to prevention, we have been raising awareness and strengthening capacities aimed at civil servants responsible for law enforcement, and these efforts seek to update and strengthen our technical skills to more effectively identify cases of TIP, and thus we are promoting coordination with key sectors such as tourism, education, labor, and the private sector, among others. The idea is to consolidate our multi-sectoral response and prevention in the face of this crime. Additionally, in the framework of our activities for prevention, in the coming days, the 29th and 30th of July, we will be holding the National Congress Against TIP and illicit migrant smuggling. This is a space that will allow us to work from a national perspective as we reflect on challenges and opportunities in the face of these crimes, as well as strengthening interinstitutional coordination. Chair, we recognize that despite the progress made, there are still important gaps, such as ensuring that all modes of TIP crimes are considered punishable in our legal system. Particularly, we need to identify any form of human exploitation carried out through the use of IT. In response to this reality, we have been implementing measures aimed at safe use of IT and communication technology. Chair, fighting this crime needs to be an ongoing effort from all of our region, and that is why strengthening our institutional capacities to address TIP must be a fundamental axis of our regional agenda. And in the face of this serious threat, coordination activities through various pillars and mechanisms of the OAS, we will be able to make a difference. In that sense, we recognize and are pleased with the efforts that have been shared today by the Department of Public Security. We also underscore the activities carried out in the framework of the meeting of high-level national authorities in the area of TIP as a valuable space which we must continue to strengthen so as to promote dialogue and exchange of information, as well as joint strategies by member states. Finally, from El Salvador, we reiterate our commitment to eradicating TIP and strengthening our concrete strategies to fight this transnational crime with the life and dignity of individuals at the very heart of what we do. Thank you very much. Thank you, El Salvador.
Uruguay, the floor.
Thank you very much. Uruguay has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Uruguay truly appreciates convening this meeting promoted by the distinguished delegation of Guatemala within the framework of the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons to reflect and reaffirm our commitments in the face of one of the most serious crimes of our times. Trafficking in persons is a flagrant violation of human rights, which flies in the face of people's dignity. It perpetuates gender inequality and affects disproportionately women, girl children, boy children, and migrants as part of this topic. TIPS, in particular, is struck and linked to other forms of crime organized crime. As a country with broad land borders and increasing flows of people, we recognize the need to strengthen the capacity of the state to detect and prevent situations of trafficking in the transit areas and cross points without breaching anybody's rights. In this regard, then, our country has adopted very specific measures. We have trained migrant agents, police early detection of trafficking is what we have as well. We have coordination amongst border areas and criminal justice, looking at abiding by protocols before anything happens. We work alongside neighboring countries in police cooperation and in identifying trans-border victims, in particular girl and boy children as well as adolescents. Here we underscore the work of the Institutional Roundtable for the Prevention and the Fight Against Trafficking in Persons that brings together various entities of the state to come up with a very specific response in the area of prevention and protection and criminal prosecution. We have an approach that focuses on human rights, guaranteeing and ensuring that all people identified as possible victims receive protection, attention, psychosocial assistance, and access to justice. Mr. Chairman, we reaffirm very seriously that hemispheric response to trafficking should be coordinated, comprehensive, and based on evidence. The secure borders are not just the ones that offer anything, but those that have trained people, adequate channels for international cooperation, and deep respect for human dignity. The criminal networks adapt and they use technology and they refine their methods, and that is why we reaffirm the need to shore up cooperation among states. An exchange of information is necessary and tracing everything that is linked to this crime. Uruguay, we urge the OAS to continue promoting an exchange of good practices, strengthening institutional capacities, and follow-up of all the commitments that have been taken on in this area. We also feel that it's crucial to incorporate an intersectional gender perspective in everything that is done. Mr. Chairman, to wrap up, Uruguay reiterates its commitment to the defense of human rights and eradication of all forms of modern slavery. There is no freedom, nor democracy, nor development if we do not achieve a hemisphere that is free of trafficking. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Uruguay. Canada has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're very happy to participate in this day where we commemorate the World Day Against Tips declared by the United Nations. We are very happy that Guatemala created a space that could give us a chance to shed some light on this issue that concerns all of us. We are looking at transnational issues, and this is an approach that is aimed at the victims that not only are protected, but also are part of the criminal network that exploit them. And that is why we have to detect and get a handle on everything that feeds into this crime. In English.
New initiatives in Latin America over 4 years. The project, called Disruption, is designed to strengthen public-private partnerships, enhance financial investigations, and build regional capacity to trace and recover assets linked to trafficking in persons. It has 2 iterations in different regions of the Americas. In Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, the project focuses on identifying the laundering of illicit proceeds from the exploitation of women and girls, fostering greater coherence between anti-trafficking and anti-money laundering actors. In Colombia, Panama, and Peru, the project promotes transactional analysis and the development of monitoring indicators to identify suspicious financial flows while facilitating regional exchanges on legal frameworks and financial intelligence practices. These projects recognize that dismantling trafficking networks means weakening their financial lifelines while ensuring that justice systems remain survivor-centered and trauma-informed. By targeting profits, we target perpetrators and reduce the scale and scope of their harm. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. The Dominican Republic, you have.
Mr. Chairman, the delegation of the Dominican Republic recognizes the leadership of Guatemala and the topic that we have before us, and truly appreciates Mrs. Herrera for her presentation as Vice President, and the experts from the Secretariat from the Multidimensional Department for the information shared. Today, as we commemorate the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, the Dominican Republic reaffirms its strong commitment to a comprehensive response, and one that is ongoing as we work against this grave crime that affects millions of people, mostly women, girl, and boy children. A reality that calls on institutional responses with more firm strategies that are coordinated and focused on people. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as chair of the Interinstitutional Commission Against Trafficking in Persons and Migrant Smuggling, promotes actions that should be underscored as good regional practices. In January this year, the National Plan for Action Against Trafficking in Persons was approved, and against migrant smuggling for 2025 to 2028. And it emerges from an interinstitutional agreement headed up by HIPIM, which is very ambitious, emphasizing prevention and attention focused on the victims and criminal prosecution. Amongst the national progress made that is most noteworthy, as an example, we have cooperation, institutional cooperation, and in this context, an agreement was signed between the Minister of Foreign Relations and the National Police, geared towards fighting against tips and migrant smuggling. This is through technological integration and operative articulation of both institutions. This has created a system of digital interoperability which connects reports on the consultation portal and the MEDEX consultation with the National Police platform. This allows for a channeling, immediate channeling of denunciation from any part of the world. And similarly, the agreement has been accompanied by strategic alliances with international stakeholders, such as the International Organization for Migration and the A21 organization. Here we have awareness campaigns that are underway that alert on trafficking signs and promotes prevention from the base of communities, as well as actions that are geared towards students and community activists, as well as others. As a demonstration of action and discourse, we actively participate in hemispheric agreements such as MAPEO, the mapping, that is to say, of participation of survivors with public policies, and strengthening the regional platform for knowledge against tips under the leadership of the OAS. We have focal points that have been appointed, technical people. We have joint follow-up protocols that, and we have also defined mechanisms that offer feedback that gives us a flow of information and an interinstitutional coordinated response. Mr. Chairman, we know that in no country can confront this threat by itself, and that is why we reiterate our will to continue to work and cooperate with member states and regional mechanisms such as CODET and with international organizations to build more humane responses, those that are more fair when it comes to trafficking in persons. This World Day is not just a date for us to commemorate, but rather a clarion call for action, decided action by national institutions, the systems of criminal justice with the active support of society and international community. Mr. Chairman, before I wrap up, I would like to commend you and congratulate you for taking on the seat of the chair and offer you the cooperation from the permanent mission of the Dominican Republic in all of the work you do. At the same time, I recognize the noteworthy work carried out by Ambassador Benoni Belli as the outgoing chair of this political organ. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Chile would like to thank the permanent mission of Guatemala as chair of the 8th meeting of national authorities when it comes to trafficking in persons. We thank them for including the commemoration of the World Against Tips on the agenda for today. And we would also like to recognize the work of the General Secretary of the OAS, and particularly the Department of Public Security and the Department against transnational organized crime. Trafficking in persons is one of the most grave violations of human rights and a transnational crime that calls for coordinated responses, those that are interinstitutional and that are sustainable over time. From Chile, we reaffirm our commitment with the comprehensive approach, which includes prevention, prosecution, protection of victims, and international cooperation. In this regard, then, I should like to underscore that Chile has an intersectoral roundtable on TIPS created in 2018 and consolidated in 2021. This involves various public organizations, international organizations, and civil society. From this plan, we have other plans that are ongoing for 23 to 2026. And based on that, we have had preventative campaigns that have specific approaches dealing with tips that involve public servants, especially those that work in our border areas, in addition to other areas. I would also like to underscore the strengthening of the intersectoral protocol for attention to victims, which was in 2024. This incorporates different flows of information and regional cooperation, strengthening thus the interinstitutional response to this crime. Also, since the law went into crime that criminalizes the tips, in 2023, we verified 63 causes of tips in Chile with 405 identified victims. Of these 400 some odd victims, almost 57% are cases of labor cases, and 43 has to do with trafficking for sexual exploitation. Of total 243 victims, we have women. They are the majority affected by sexual exploitation, and 63 are men. As such, we have identified 35 children and adolescents as victims. On the international level, our country has strengthened its commitment through MOUs when it comes to technical assistance and increased participation in regional cooperation, such as here in this organization. We truly appreciate the role of the OAS as an articulator of hemisphere efforts being made, as well as the contributions of mechanisms when it comes to TIPS on the national level. The fight against TIPS requires political will. It has to be strong and active participation of all sectors. It also calls for a sensitive approach to justice, reparations, and non-repeat for victims. It is imperative. It is humanitarian imperative. We cannot continue to have these affronts against people's dignity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chile, Paraguay has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation would like to echo the comments of celebrating this day and thanks Guatemala for this initiative, as well as all the panelists for their presentations that we have taken due note of. Paraguay affirms its commitment to eradicate TIPS, which is a grave violation of human rights and one of the most cruel manifestations of transnational organized crime. And furthermore, it has a differentiated and disproportionate impact on girls, children, and women. According to the United Nations, in UNDOC, 2 of every 3 victims of trafficking are women and girl children. Now, as a party state of the Palermo Protocol for the prevention of this crime and assistance to victims, this is what we call for with a comprehensive approach and respect for human rights. Through the Interinstitutional Roundtable for the Prevention and Fight Against Trafficking in Persons, spearheaded by the Ministry of Foreign Relations, key activities are carried out, such as the implementation of the National Plan for the Fight for these people and the Consular Protocol and other specific awareness-raising manuals for those people who are vulnerable, and other information that we share with Argentina and Brazil. We're also working on presenting a bill against the illicit trafficking of migrants, that is migrant smuggling, as well as other emerging things when it comes to human mobility. So, Mr. Chairman, we truly appreciate the efforts made by the Department of Public Security for kicking off the knowledge platform on TIPS, which will allow member states to monitor progress made to generate evidence and to strengthen hemispheric cooperation. We reiterate our willingness to continue to cooperate with the Inter-American System in data collection and the organization of indicators according to the hemispheric pillars on the plan. To wrap up, then, we reaffirm that the fight against trafficking in persons requires a collective call, a response that is coordinated, which looks at effective prevention, access to justice for the victims, and trans-border cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paraguay.
Thank you, Chair. St. Lucia delegation wishes to congratulate you on your assumption to the chair of this council, and you can count on our support. We thank the delegation of Guatemala for presenting this important item on today's agenda. We also express thanks to the presenters for their insightful presentations. Chair, the delegation of St. Lucia joins the international community today in solemnly observing the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. Human trafficking, whether for sexual exploitation, forced labor, or any other form of modern-day slavery, is a grave violation of the human rights of our peoples. Poverty, inequality, migration, gender-based violence, and digital exploitation have heightened the vulnerabilities of citizens in our region. Chair, St. Lucia takes this opportunity to reaffirm its unwavering commitment to combating human trafficking in all its forms. Through strengthened legislation, interagency collaboration, victim-centered center, care, and regional cooperation, we are working to build more resilient systems of prevention and response. We recognize, however, that no country can confront this crime alone. Collective action within the framework of the OAS, including through the work of the Inter-American Commission on Women, the Inter-American Children's Institute, and the Department of Public Security, is essential. We must continue to enhance our cross-border coordination, share best practices, invest in data collection and survivor support, and hold perpetrators to account regardless of status or nationality. Chair, on this World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, St. Lucia stands in solidarity with survivors, honors the tireless efforts of frontline responders, and renews its call for justice, protection, and dignity for all. I thank you.
Thank you, St. Lucia. Grenada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My delegation salutes you on the commencement of the role as Chair of the Council in this period. We also recognize Ambassador Hill as you take the ASG seat at this regular meeting. Chair, we commend and express gratitude to the distinguished delegation of Guatemala bringing this item onto the agenda. And we thank the panelists, including Vice President Guatemala, for the presentations made. We join today in commemorating the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, which is a persistent crime that we are also determined to eliminate. Established by the UN General Assembly in 2013, this day serves to raise awareness, promote victim protection, and encourage a global action against human trafficking. Human trafficking itself impacts millions globally and robs victims of their freedom and devastates families and communities. Disturbingly, forced labor accounts for 42% of trafficking, and this is followed, as we heard by the panelists today, by sexual exploitation, 36%. Women and girls, we have been told, comprise 61% of reported cases, with at least 60% trafficked for sexual exploitation. The UN 2024 Global Report, Chair, on Trafficking in Persons indicates that 16% of global cross-border trafficking victims originate from the Americas. Crucially, 74% of detected traffickers operate within organized crime groups, highlighting the importance of this year's theme, Human Trafficking as Organized Crime and the Exploitation. We emphasize the vital role of security services, therefore, in combating these networks and prioritizing victim support and justice. Grenada recognizes human trafficking as a very significant regional concern, particularly given the Caribbean's geographic placement as a major migration passageway. While discovered and reported trafficking incidents in Grenada itself are minimal, we are steadfast in our commitment to its elimination. We have enacted robust policies and actively engaged in regional and global partnerships to combat this crime. Our primary national legislation, the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act of 2014, directly implements the UN Protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children, supplementing the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, both ratified by Grenada. This national law outlines, it defines penalties, offenses, and makes provisions for victim support. Recognizing the global nature of this issue, we consistently advocate for multilateral cooperation and collaborative partnerships to share best practices. Last year, Grenada participated in the 2024 Regional Trafficking in Persons Committee Forum, organized by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. This forum focused on trauma-informed and victim-centered screening methods to uncover hidden trafficking cases. Within the OAS, Grenada is also a beneficiary of the Combat Human Trafficking and Smuggling of Migrants program established in 2020 and mentioned by our panelists earlier here today. We also commend the OAS's recent partnership with the Traverse Project to bolster member states' efforts against human trafficking and other organized crimes. Beyond our immediate region, Grenada has collaborated with the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific EU Migration Action Program and the International Organization for Migration. These partnerships have facilitated training workshops and dialogues with our national leaders across government, secret services, and security services, and civil society. In April, our own Prime Minister attended the International Civil Aviation Organization Facilitation Conference in Qatar, discussing innovative solutions to human trafficking challenges within air transport. Each nation has a vital role, but solving this global issue requires sustained international collaboration to protect communities, ensure justice, and ultimately end human trafficking worldwide. We stand together on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Grenada. Costa Rica, I invite you to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Permanent Representatives, Assistant Secretary General, Secretary General. Good afternoon to all of you. We are very enthusiastic to see the participation of the Assistant Secretary General, Dr. Laura Hill, in her very first meeting at this Permanent Council since she took on her post, and we reiterate our desire for you to have the best of success. Costa Rica would like to thank the Permanent Mission of Guatemala for including this item on today's agenda, along with the chair of the council, and the motto this year, this is an organized crime with a view to exploitation. And we look at the structural characteristic of this scourge. Thank you very much to the distinguished panelists for their very valuable presentations. This hits all of us as states, secretariat, and as an hemispheric community. We have to double up our efforts in the face of one of the most atrocious and complex crimes that affects millions of people, especially women, children, and adolescents throughout the entire world, and which directly undermines human dignity and fundamental rights. Trafficking in persons is a manifestation which is part of transnational organized crime, and that is why Costa Rica insists on the need to grapple with it through a comprehensive, coordinated, and sustained effort. This has to be based on effective cooperation among states, international organizations, and civil society. Our country has had a firm position when it comes to this crime, promoting public policies, legislative frameworks, and activities which are geared toward prevention, effective sanction of the responsible parties, and comprehensive protection for victims. In this framework, then, I would like to underscore the role of the Foreign Immigration Section, as well as the National Coalition Against Illicit, or I should say, against tips on migrant smuggling. They have designed new guides for early detection for border agents. They have trained increasingly other justice agents, migratory police, and especially consular personnel, and they have spearheaded campaigns to raise awareness geared towards communities that are in a vulnerable situation. These activities aim to improve identification of victims, to facilitate comprehensive attention for them, and to promote opportune denunciation of these crimes. Costa Rica looks at the urgent need to deal with tips in the context of armed conflict, natural disasters, and humanitarian emergencies. We recognize that refugee persons, migrants, and migrant flows have to deal with a greater threat when it comes to being victims of trafficking. That's why we reaffirm our commitment to prevention via immediate policies and specific measures which are sensitive to gender and age, as well as the strengthening of migratory routes which are safe, organized, in keeping with the principles of the International Pact for Regular, Secure Flows. Costa Rica continued to promote spacious and regional dialogue, such as seminars on the protection in migratory context, where we have prioritized this issue from the human rights perspective and with an emphasis on border cooperation, which was underscored by the panelists in today's meeting. We would like to reiterate how urgent it is to make visible the trafficking of girl and boy children and adolescents, because this is one of the most cruel forms and devastating parts of this crime. To protect children and adolescents and guarantee an area free of exploitation is and will continue to be an undeniable priority for our country. Costa Rica emphasizes the need to improve data collection and analysis of the data on tips. This should be disaggregated, and we should use systematic criteria to effectively fight against this crime. Let me reiterate the importance of international cooperation for this purpose through developing capacities, financial support, and technical assistance. Mr. Chairman, in this world where we have tips, Costa Rica reaffirms its clarion call to member states so that we intensify our joint efforts to combat against this organized crime, so that we can promote regional culture of prevention and guarantee effective protection for victims and a breakdown of the networks that profit from despair and human frailty. With a renewed commitment, we reaffirm that there is no more urgent cause than the defense of human dignity, that no person, nobody in our hemisphere should be dealt with as a commodity. We have to have a sense of humanity, willingness to fight against this crime, and so that we have a future where freedom is not a privilege, but rather a right that is guaranteed and ensured for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Costa Rica.
Bolivia, I invite you to take the floor now, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to begin our statement by recognition and congratulations, recognition for the wonderful work by the Ambassador of Brazil at the helm of the Permanent Council in the last quarter of this year. He's not here, but we express our sincere thanks anyway, and also congratulations to you, Chair, for assuming the chairmanship of the Permanent Council. We certainly believe that with your great charisma and skill, you will bring the Permanent Council on the right track during this quarter, and also congratulations to the ASG.
Consejo Permanente.
She is attending her first session of the Permanent Council. It's a great honor to be with you here, ASG Laura Hill, now and in the future. Chair, the Plurinational State of Bolivia would like to thank you for including this item on the order of business, and we particularly value the initiative of the Permanent Mission of Guatemala to commemorate the International Day Against TIP established by the UNGA for the 30th of July. I also thank you very much to the distinguished panelists who are with us in today's session for their valuable presentations and reflections. For Bolivia, TIP is one of the most serious violations of human rights, and it's a reality that requires a strong, coordinated, sustainable response by the states and the entire international community as a whole. Against this backdrop, we reiterate today our commitment to comprehensively fighting this crime from an approach of rights and particularly a focus on defending human dignity. As Minister of Justice, Bolivia shouldered this effort in the Plurinational Council Against TIP as an entity for interinstitutional coordination, ensuring implementation of our national policies. And today that institute coordinates our efforts, our police activities, and all competent entities in order to give the most emphasis and importance possible to this topic. As part of that national effort, we have coordinated the single care point for victims of TIP as well as a corresponding intervention route made, which is an instrument making it possible to bring together our standards and entities to ensure a coordinated, effective, and specialized response for TIP victims and survivors. We have prioritized institutional strengthening, developing educational campaigns in vulnerable communities, as well as comprehensive care for victims, which is aware that they can help us appropriately prevent this scourge and provide care for other survivors. This is one of the most important responsibilities of the states. We have been working to ensure ongoing education for those who work on the ground in this area and in our justice system, as this is a scourge that affects our entire population seriously. We express our gratitude to the specialized bodies of the OAS, particularly the Department of Public Security and the chairmanship of the 8th meeting of national authorities in the area of TIP, presided by Guatemala. We would like to reiterate from this permanent council, which is the permanent governing body of the OAS, that no one is immune from this scourge, and eradicating it will only be possible if we have joint commitment, coordination, and are able to sustain our efforts among member states. Finally, we reiterate our commitment to promoting human dignity and effective protection for victims of TIP as an irrefutable responsibility of the state. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Bolivia.
Thank you, Bolivia.
Ahora I ask the floor.
Chair, thank you very much to the Guatemalan delegation for their initiative in including this item on today's agenda. TIP is a crime that impacts human dignity, and it's a sad reality to be addressed. It's usually associated with poverty and high levels of unemployment. Though its most well-known form is sexual exploitation, it also has other forms such as forced labor, domestic servitude, and child forced begging. In Peru, we reiterate our commitment to eradicating TIP. Domestically, we have a law against TIP and illicit migrant smuggling. And since 2021, we have been implementing a national policy in the face of TIP. This includes coordinated efforts from 11 ministries and 4 independent bodies, which report their activities to the monitoring and follow-up system on TIP. This allows us to verify advancement made and ensure prosecution as well as care for victims. Globally, we have signed binational agreements with Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, Chile, and Argentina. We also maintain a cooperation relationship with international organizations and regional mechanisms such as this organization. With regard to this representation, we have taken part in any meeting convened on this topic. The Americas as a region have made great strides in addressing this challenge, and all member states of the OAS have signed a protocol to prevent, repress, and sanction TIP, particularly of women and girls. This is part of the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. Similarly, we have made this crime a specific crime in our legal frameworks, and we renew our commitment to prevent and combat TIP while protecting and restoring the dignity of victims, building fairer societies that are more prosperous and safer. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias, Peru.
Thank you, Peru. Colombia.
Gracias, presidente, y muchas gracias a Guatemala.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Permanent Mission of Guatemala for including this topic. And also thank you very much to the panelists for their valuable contributions as part of the International Day Against TIP, which is being commemorated with a full week of focus on fighting this scourge. And Colombia reiterates its commitment to eradicating this atrocious crime. It is a serious human rights violation. This modern slavery that we have been discussing for years mainly impacts women and girls, which are over 60% worldwide and 83% of the victims in Colombia. Based on our commitment under the government of Gustavo Petro against TIP, Colombia has provided protection and assistance for victims of this crime in our territory, as well as for our citizens abroad, as we stated earlier. And the transnational nature of this crime requires international cooperation that's effective in order to prevent, investigate, and prosecute it, as well as to strengthen national capacities for protection and assistance for victims. Our country has strengthened its investigative capacities as well as our ability to criminally prosecute it in our Anti-Trafficking Operations Center. We've also launched campaigns aimed at prevention and raising awareness, particularly in vulnerable areas. We are now promoting the use of technology such as the mobile app, Libert app. This makes it possible to report cases and activate emergency protocols from anywhere in the world. The recommendation presented by Colombia and received at the 14th session of the Working Group on TIP from the UN Convention Against TOC urges member states to develop strategies to address cultural practices that tolerate the demand and practice of sexual exploitation of minors, particularly in the context of tourism in every country. Colombia recognizes the urgency of strengthening its legal framework, and we've adopted Law 071 by the government, seeking to modernize Law 985 to address these new digital modes for capture, as well as the use of social networks, webcam platforms, as well as online scams. And we are now collaborating with the government to promote this bill and overcome the current institutional blockages. And we have been working to address this from our foreign ministry, responsible for coordinating immediate assistance and repatriation for our citizens who are victims abroad. The Ministry of Foreign Relations, through our consulates and international agreements, is responsible for providing comprehensive differentiated care as well as repatriating trafficking victims, working hand in hand with civil society for this purpose. We have been working to strengthen binational cooperation with neighboring countries such as Ecuador, particularly in trans-border zones, and we are coordinating operations with Interpol and the Colombian police to create networks that work from Colombia in Spain and other countries to free victims who've been exploited. As a region, we are responsible morally and politically to act decisively and urgently. To quote our president, human dignity cannot be negotiated or subordinate to any other interest. Legal cooperation worldwide is fundamental to ensuring that investigations of TIP lead to the dismantling of TOC networks, which have been making money from this crime. Colombia urges us to provide more comprehensive, coordinated responses that are victim-focused, as Bolivia just stated, with a focus on rights, human dignity, and providing solidarity and care for the victims. But multilateralism must provide a robust response based on the reality of every state. Thank you very much.
Haïti, je vous donne la parole.
Haiti, I give you the floor. Thank you, Chair. The Haitian mission is wishing you the very best for your new role, as well as we would like to wish the very best to Ms. Laura Hill, the ASG. At the outset, I would like to express sincere thanks to the Guatemalan delegation for requesting that we include this item on today's order of business. I would also like to salute the presenter who spoke before me. TIP is still a very serious and worrying topic for the Americas, specifically for Haiti. It has already led to serious harm to an already fragile society like ours. This scourge is a serious violation of human dignity and fundamental human rights. It represents one of the most serious forms of modern slavery, and we cannot let this phenomenon perpetuate. In Haiti, TIP has been a critical problem, and criminal networks take advantage of the population's poverty and the weak institutions in order to create their own economic capital through humans. And due to the political instability and economic crisis, we have seen this scourge multiply over the last several years. As we've already heard, the causes of this scourge in Haiti are mainly economic and social in nature. And when women have no way to support their children, when young people have absolutely no employment perspectives, when children are hungry and don't have access to education, they become easy targets for traffickers. That is why, as we commemorate the International Day Against TIP, it's worth highlighting certain strategies that are some of the most effective when it comes to eradicating this scourge within our societies. And those strategies include notably fighting poverty with a specific focus on protecting the most vulnerable groups, notably women and children. Adopting legislative frameworks at the international and national levels to provide the legal tools necessary to punish traffickers and protect the victims. And finally, raising awareness among populations that are at risk of TIP. It's also important for us to underscore that a very serious security crisis caused by armed gangs has led to IDPs of thousands of individuals, and this creates even greater precarity and extreme poverty. It creates fertile ground for exploitation by trafficking. Chair, I would like to remind you that in the face of this alarming reality, the Haitian authorities have not sat by idly, and concrete measures have been taken in order to halt this phenomenon. And we have ratified additional protocols and UN protocols against TOC, aiming to prevent, punish, and repress TIP, particularly women and children. Ratifying the Convention on Child Labor in April 2011, the creation of a Minors Brigade, and a National Plan of Action for Children's Protection through the Ministry of Social Affairs, as well as adopting the law on TIP in 2014. These initiatives have contributed to strengthening coordination between our public institutions and civil society while improving awareness regarding this problem. Chair, given the transnational dimension of TIP, it's imperative for us to strengthen regional cooperation to eradicate this scourge. It is a direct attack on human rights. Haiti requests, therefore, active support from member states in order to effectively fight this phenomenon, which is unacceptable. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Haïti.
Thank you to Haiti.
We now pass to permanent observer missions, and I invite the Holy See to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of the Holy See thanks you for including this topic on today's order of business, that is commemorating the International Day Against Trafficking in Persons. It's established by the UNGA in order to shed light on one of the most serious and persistent violations of human dignity in our era. Similarly, thank you very much to the panelists for their valuable presentations, which have been noted. And also thank you to those who intervened before me. TIP is one of the serious harms caused by humanity today. It denies the freedom and dignity of human beings and reduces people to commodities to be used and exploited. TIP, in all of its forms, represents a source of shame for humanity. International policy should not continue to tolerate this. It is a serious eradication of the inalienable dignity held by all people. In the face of the serious scourge caused by TIP, it's indispensable for us to create multidimensional coordinated efforts to provide protection for victims, prevent the crime, effectively prosecute the perpetrators, and ensure comprehensive human development. The Holy See would like to take this opportunity to urge you to work through international organizations such as the OAS and continue to strengthen transnational cooperation, particularly in the fight against criminal networks and TOC. Fighting this crime requires transforming our economic and social structures, which lead to exclusion. TIP will not be fully eradicated so long as we do not go to the very root, that is, inequality, corruption, indifference, and a culture of greed. Chair, the Holy See reiterates its unbreakable commitment to promoting comprehensive policies to guarantee freedom, justice, and dignity for all. We urge you to ensure that this day is an opportunity for reflection and an inspiration for sustained, concrete actions, both nationally and internationally, to eradicate at the very root today's forms of slavery. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you to the Holy See. France is recognized.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Secretary General, ASG, ladies and gentlemen, permanent representatives, dear colleagues, France has placed great priority on fighting TIP, which is a serious type of organized crime, and it is an attack on human dignity and a violation of human rights, which exploits over 25,000 per year and generates millions for the criminal world. And we salute the commitment of the Guatemalan authorities, and particularly that of the Vice President Herrera. And she has been working with the ministry responsible for men and women and fighting discrimination, as well as the Ministry of Francophonie. This TIP, which attacks vulnerable populations such as refugees and migrants, is a global security challenge, and it goes back to irregular migration, terrorism, and corruption. This International Day is an opportunity to understand the scope of this scourge and fight it wherever it may be. And France has been working to closely coordinate with the regions most impacted by this phenomenon. We salute strengthening the capacities of states to fight against trafficking networks, contributing to the activities of international organizations working against TIP, and seeking technical assistance as well as regulatory assistance. And we have also been working to promote prevention, identifying victims and their protection social reintegration, communication, and awareness raising. France also contributes its support to societies and groups from civil society that support victims, and we support the Blue Heart campaign from the UN to work against crime and trafficking. France is one of the pioneering countries of the .7 fight, which is the international effort against TIP and child labor, which responds to SDG 8.7 with a particular focus on cooperation to prevent and fight TIP, including TIP for labor exploitation. Our interministerial mission for protecting women against violence and the fight against TIP in France, which coordinates the implementation of our national plan of action. This includes an international component. France is mobilizing against this backdrop to assist TIP victims from the Americas and victims from the LAC region are growing in France over the last several years, and 14% of all victims and about 25% of those who are victims of sexual exploitation. We have been cooperating bilaterally to fight TIP with many countries of the continent, Brazil, Colombia, Paraguay, for example. And this cooperation is leading to projects through our embassy, and we are associated with that regularly. Recently, we sent a Colombian delegation to share their knowledge and best practices. France participates also on the report on TIP with the United States, with transparency on our activities and working to improve this as well. The Delegation of Women's Rights and the Network of Female Diplomats in Latin America, organized last year, held a Congress on TIP with over 107 diplomats from France and civil society organizations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Merci la France.
Thank you to France.
Take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have heard two ideas this morning, and the Spanish mission will respect the topic that we're addressing. The first is reiterating our commitment to collaborate in fighting TIP with the OAS, which we have been doing for many years. We've participated actively with many initiatives to promote the fight against TOC and the Secretariat of Multidimensional Security and member states, with whom we have been organizing seminars, conversations that are held yearly, and this is something where we have underscored, that has been underscored by almost all of the speakers who preceded me, and this, of course, is one of the most serious human rights violations that exist today. The second idea is the growing need in Spain and in the EU in general to highlight TIP is a lucrative business activity. We have heard many perspectives of the consequences of TIP, which have been analyzed in other interventions, but we need to recognize and be highly aware of the fact that TIP is extremely lucrative as a dark business, which moves a total of $150 billion in earnings worldwide. That means that, without a doubt, we are dealing with one of the three major illicit activities that are big business, at the same level as drug trafficking and arms trafficking. And these criminal groups increasingly are working more directly and in greater interconnection in these three areas. From Spain, I can share with you that these three criminal activities together, that is drugs, weapons, and human trafficking, is 82% is as big as 82% of our GDP. I'd also like to share a perspective that's no less significant, and that's that TIP has an extraordinary advantage compared to the other two major criminal activities, and that is that unlike drugs and weapons, here the commodity is human beings. They're not used up the first time. They can be used over and over again, generating a source of stable profits for these criminal groups. And so all of these illicit profits require complex structures, increasingly complex structures, that make it possible for them to launder their profits. That is another criminal activity that is horizontal, and again, it is common for all forms of organized crime. And it's often related to financing for terrorism. TIP is not an isolated criminal phenomenon, and other criminal activities related to it have been diversifying their criminal structures in parallel businesses, such as cloning credit cards, falsifying documents, trafficking drugs, weapons, and others. The most significant is that today, in the majority of countries, TIP continues to be a rather low-risk, high-profit activity for criminals. That is why, as I stated at the outset, we believe that the European Parliament and all member states of the EU must turn the situation around. We must turn this into a low-profit, high-risk activity for these criminal networks. The goal is to try to ensure that trafficking is increasingly unprofitable. And that is why we are willing to deploy intelligence investigation, including international financial investigations, in order to turn around this trend and provide assistance to the victims. Thank you very much. Thank you to Spain.
I'd like to thank the panelists for their excellent interventions and presentations, and suggest that the Permanent Council take note of the presentations and interventions made in connection with this commemoration. These remarks will be reflected in the record of this meeting. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have a number of items to cover in our agenda, but consulting the General Secretariat, we believe that if we have the will, we can complete this agenda by 2 p.m. this afternoon. And I recognize fully that that's not any of our ideals to continue here, but also I recognize our professional dedication to the tasks at hand. And with your indulgence, that is what I propose to do, that we proceed with the agenda and seek to achieve as much as we can between now and 2 p.m. So, passing to the next item. Pursuant to the Council's decision at its last regular meeting, we are called to consider the proposed 2025 Regional Security to promote inter-American cooperation in response to criminal gangs. This proposal, contained in document CP/CS-2335/25, responds to the mandate outlined in paragraph 53 of Resolution 3031 of the General Assembly, and agreed upon by the Committee on Hemispheric Security on June 16, 2025. I now consult delegations on whether we may proceed with its approval. Seeing no objections or comments, approved. Next item. And based on the request from the delegation of Guatemala, the Chair proposes updating the Permanent Council Resolution 1278. This update would set October 21 and 22 of 2025 as the dates for the 5th meeting of officials responsible for penitentiary and prison policies of the OAS member states. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. Agreed. Next item. We now move on to the installation of the subsidiary organs of the Permanent Council, as provided in Article 28 of the Rules of Procedure. I therefore consult the delegations on whether we may proceed with the installation of the permanent committees provided for in Article 4. These committees will serve for a period of 1 year as established in Article 27. I recall, though, that the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs will be installed in January 2026 in accordance with provisions of Article 28. If there is no objection, the permanent committees are hereby established. That's agreed. Now we consider the proposed distribution of mandates assigned by the General Assembly at its 55th regular session, as well as from previous sessions. This is connected and contained in document CP/Doc 6139/25, which has been presented by the Chair in compliance with Article 30 of the Rules of Procedure. I now open the floor to delegations that may have specific comments or observations on the document under consideration. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Buenos días, señor presidente.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Commission on Hemispheric Security, and looking at the progress that this committee has made in identifying the pending mandates from previous years, I just wanted to ask, in all due respect, that this committee take up those mandates. If this council agrees, then the document that we have before you will update things to include a new item, say, under the Committee of Hemispheric Security, which would read as follows. Pending mandates from previous years identified in document CP/CH/2227 Rev 2. This list will be updated annually according to what we have pursuant to Clause 23031 adopted in 2024. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'm told that that would be acceptable. Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Chair of Summit Management and participant of civil society in the activities of the OAS says, as Chair, I should like to ask the Chair of this Permanent Council to include in document CP/Doc 6139/25 for distribution of mandates that came from the General Assembly of Antigua and Barbuda and previous assemblies, which is under consideration right now, the following resolutions under the name of the committee that I just mentioned. The first resolution is increasing and strengthening of participation of civil society and social actors in the activities of the Organization of American States and in the summit process of the Americas, AG/Res 30-2654-0/24, and resolution support and follow-up of the summit process of the Americas, AG Res 30-2754/024. Both resolutions have mandates which are relevant and current. Some of them are being carried out, and that is why we feel it's pertinent that both be included in the document that we have before us for discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'm advised that that could be acceptable. If there are no further specific comments or suggestions, the Chair suggests that the Council approve the distribution of mandates contained in the documents and with the proposed modifications. Seeing no objections or comments, approved. Next item, we will now proceed with the election of the Chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs, CAP. This election is being held due to the departure of Ambassador Sebastian Krajalic, former Chair of the CAP, who departed for new responsibilities. We would like to take the opportunity to sincerely thank Secretary Krajalic for his outstanding leadership and dedicated work throughout his tenure as Chair of the CAP. The CAP Chair election today will nominate someone and elect someone to hold the office for the remainder of the current term, which coincides with the calendar year. In this regard, the candidacy of Ambassador Alejandra Solana, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica, has been submitted. The nomination was presented by the delegation of Costa Rica as reflected in document CP/INF 10635/25. I now open the floor to delegations. Mexico, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Mexico would like to offer the nomination of Ambassador Cabalceta, permanent representative of Costa Rica, to assume the chairmanship of the Committee of Administrative and Budgetary Affairs, CAP, during the rest of the year 2025. Ambassador Solano is recognized in the OAS because she has a solid academic career. She is outstanding in the diplomatic service, and because of her qualities in promoting dialogue and facilitating a search for consensuses. These qualities are accompanied during her Migratory Affairs Chair, CAM, the Inter-American Council for Development, or Integral Development, I should say, the Vice Chairmanship of CIDE, and the coordinations of the LGBT Hub Group and the Group of Friends for Freedom of Expression group, and articulation of rights for women, children, and gender equality. CAP plays a crucial role in institutional function of the OAS in dealing with the crucial challenges for sustainability and financial matters. We truly believe that Ambassador Solano will constructively guide the discussions and highlight areas of great importance for the future of the organization, such as modification of the General Secretariat structure and the upcoming deliberations on the program budget for 2026. The delegation of Mexico would like to say it fully believes that under the chairmanship of Ambassador Solano, CAP will be strengthened as a space for transparent dialogue, which is respectful and constructive, and will meet all of the institutional challenges that we are confronted with. My delegation is very happy then to make this nomination, hoping to have the support of the other members here. Thank you very much.
So, Canada, you have the floor.
It is my honor, in my capacity as the current chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs, CAP, to second the nomination of Her Excellency, Ambassador Alejandra Solano, the permanent representative of Costa Rica, to assume the duties and responsibilities of the chair of the CAP. Ambassador Solano brings a wealth of experience and is exceptionally well qualified to lead the committee during the second semester of the year. This period will be critical as the CAP will be engaged in discussions to reach consensus on the restructuring of the Organization of American States and in conducting budget negotiations in preparation for the Special General Assembly scheduled for October 15th. Ambassador Solano, please be assured of my full and continued support in my role as a member of the CAP board. Mr. Chair, I therefore respectfully request that the Permanent Council approve this nomination by acclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Canada. Bahamas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates. The Permanent Mission of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is pleased to extend its sincere congratulations to Her Excellency Ambassador Alejandra Solano, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica, on her assumption of the chairmanship of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs. Ambassador Solano assumes this role at a pivotal juncture in the institutional life of the organization. Her proven record of thoughtful diplomacy, constructive engagement, and commitment to multilateral governance offers confidence that CAP will continue to serve as a rigorous and solution-oriented body for the oversight of the organization's budgetary and administrative affairs. The Bahamas welcomes her leadership and looks forward to close cooperation in the period ahead. Mr. Chair, in advancing the work of this critical committee, the Bahamas also takes this opportunity to respectfully propose that, consistent with the principles of equity, inclusion, and geographic balance enshrined in the OAS Charter and its statutes, the CAP should consider the adoption of a rotation mechanism for the chairmanship on a regional basis. Such a practice would not only reinforce the spirit of hemispheric solidarity and shared ownership, but would also guard against any perception of prolonged leadership by any single country or sub-region, ensuring that this diverse perspective and priorities of all member states are adequately reflected among equitable represented in the committee's leadership. The permanent mission of the Bahamas reaffirms its full support for Ambassador Solano as she undertakes this important responsibility and expresses its commitment to working collaboratively in advancing the financial stability, administrative efficiency, and institutional integrity of our organization. With that, I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bahamas. The United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States Mission welcomes Ambassador Solano as Chair of CAP. We look forward to working with you, Ambassador Solano, over the next few months as we work together on implementing the exciting reorganization plans that we hope will modernize the OAS and will help put it on a sustainable path that will render it more effective, efficient, in addressing our shared challenges, working toward a more prosperous hemisphere. On behalf of the U.S. Mission, I would like to also thank Ambassador Sebastian Kraljevic, Permanent Representative of Chile, for his dedication to advancing the work of the Committee on Finance and Administrative Affairs. During his time as chair of the CAP, he demonstrated outstanding leadership and dedication to support the committee and its mission to strengthening the organization. Ambassador Kraljevic's ability to bring members together to work towards common goals has significantly enhanced the work of the CAP. We appreciate your leadership through the past few months as we have undertaken the paramount task of reorganizing the OAS to better suit the region's current challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. I would hereby then extend my sincere congratulations to Ambassador Solano on her election by acclamation as Chair of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs of the Permanent Council. We have full confidence in her experience and dedication to the principles of transparency, financial sustainability, and institutional efficiency that guide the work of our organization. The Chair now offers the floor to Ambassador Solano for any short intervention she might wish to make.
Distinguished Chair of the Permanent Council, delegations, members of the General Secretariat, and thank you all. Greetings. Thank you very much for this vote of confidence, and I am grateful for the nomination made by the Mexican delegation and the support of Canada, as well as the support of member states, Bahamas, the United States of America. Thanks also to all delegations for your support. I am grateful to take on the CAP as chair, and I do so with enthusiasm for the rest of 2025. Given what we have in Article 19, Indent B of the Rules of Procedure of the Permanent Council, in accordance with the vacancy generated after the appointment of Ambassador Sebastian Kraljevic as Secretary for the Strengthening of Democracy. I would also like to thank you for the excellent work done by Ambassador Kraljevic and his team at the head of this committee. His leadership was key to promoting relevant and constructive debates in a particularly challenging institutional context. We wish you the greatest success in your new responsibilities in the General Secretariat, Ambassador. We assume this role with a firm commitment to providing an effective, inclusive, and respectful workplace that honors the mandate entrusted to us by member states today. I would like to share with you some brief practical considerations with your permission, sir. First, let's remember that the work plan for 2025 has already been approved, so we will not open a new negotiation on it. Based on this, and thanks to the collaboration of the General Secretariat, we will circulate as soon as possible an updated calendar of meetings that will allow us to move ahead efficiently in the main issues on the agenda. Second, the three axes of work will be the following during this period. One, the discussion on the new administrative structure of the OAS based on the three proposals circulated, including the most recent, submitted by the Secretary General, Mr. Albert Ramdin. Two, the negotiation and eventual approval of the OAS program budget, a topic of utmost importance in terms of sustainability and institutional governance. And three, the preparation of the Special General Assembly convened for the 15th of October, as well as the due follow-up to the issues already identified in the work plan of the committee. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank the three vice chairs of CAP for their support, chaired by Canada first, the first vice chair, alongside both the technical expertise of Brazil and Guatemala, and especially the team of the permanent mission of Costa Rica to the OAS, under the guidance of Ambassador Sammy Araya Rojas and the accompaniment of Minister Council Ana Solis, as well as the professionals and technical support of the Secretariat team, in particular my compatriot Mrs. Eliana Navarro. We hope to have the support and active participation of all delegations. Finally, I would like to remind you that from my seat, we will give special attention to the implementation of the declaration promoted by Costa Rica last November. This is on safe spaces for all women, including multilateral negotiation spaces. We firmly believe in a CAP where respect for procedures, intervention times, and above all, different positions prevail. Our role will be to guarantee an inclusive, participatory, and extremely respectful process with a view to ensuring that we can, as member states and as General Secretariat, speak in one voice. Thank you very much.
Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica.
Success with these new responsibilities. Item 10. I ask whether we can approve the proposed terms of reference for services to address errors and incidents related to the modernization of the OAS main website, portals, and civil society website. This proposal was agreed at the last CAP meeting held on September 17th and is contained in document CP/CAAP-4103/25 Rev 1. Approved. Item 11. As the next item, the Chair wishes to inform the Council of the steps taken so far in connection with the process established through Permanent Council Resolution 1285. This process concerns the consideration of the proposal to modify the structure of the General Secretariat. On July 7th, 2025, the Secretary General submitted a request to the Vice Chair of the Permanent Council for an extension of the deadline for the submission of his proposal until July 21st, 2025. This request was transmitted to all delegations as document CP/INF106226/25. In my communication with the Secretary General dated July 17th, 2025, circulated as document CP/INF10638/25, I acknowledged the request for an extension. I also emphasized the importance of respecting the institutional calendar established by member states. This includes the special session of the General Assembly scheduled for October 15th, 2025. I expressed appreciation to the Secretary General for his commitment to adhering to the new timeline, and I also confirmed that according to General Assembly resolution on the 2025 program budget, his proposal would be transmitted to the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs for consideration once received. The Chair is happy to say that we can now inform that the Council that the Secretary General's proposal was indeed received on July 21st, and the transmission to the CAP has been completed. Separately, I informed the Council that on July 17th, the Chair of CAP informed me of the Committee's decision of the timeline for Member States considering the proposed restructuring of the General Secretariat. As reflected in the communication from the Chair of CAP, circulated as document CP/1NF10637/25, the CAP has decided to implement the provisions in operative paragraph 1 of Resolution 1285. This allows an extension of up to 15 additional days beyond the original deadline of July 31st, if necessary. Accordingly, CAP extended the deadline for the conclusion of its discussions and the preparation of its proposed modifications to the structure of the General Secretariat until August 15, 2025. It is also the Chair's understanding that CAP will meet as soon as tomorrow to begin its considerations of the proposal. With this, I hereby convey a request for CAP to keep the Permanent Council duly informed. The floor is now open to any delegations that may wish to speak to the matter. Seeing none, I'd like to pass to our final order of business, other business. I invite now any delegations who wish to share any informative matters they may wish to bring to the attention of the Council. Seeing no further requests for the floor. Oh, sorry, my apologies. St. Kitts and Nevis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all delegations that I know want nothing more than to stay here a little longer. Chair, first of all, let me congratulate you on assuming the chairmanship of the PC, and Ambassador Solana as well, because obviously this is the first time that I'm taking the floor since. Chair, I want to respectfully draw your attention to today's date, July 23, 2025, which marks the 133rd birthday of the last Solomonic monarch, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, otherwise known as Rastafari. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis. Suriname, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I want to congratulate you also on taking the chairmanship of the PC, also the new Assistant Secretary General, and also the new Chair of CAP. I wish you all success. My delegation wishes to inform the Permanent Council that following the successful conduct of general elections, a new government has assumed office in the Republic of Suriname. On July 16th, Her Excellency Jennifer Heerling Simons was inaugurated as President of the Republic of Suriname. She is the first female head of state and head of government in our country's history. We take this opportunity to acknowledge with appreciation the presence of the Secretary General, His Excellency Albert Ramdin, at the inaugural ceremony in Paramaribo, which underscored the organization's continued support for democratic governments in the region. My delegation also wishes to take this opportunity to express its appreciation to the OAS for deploying an electoral observation mission to Suriname for the general elections held in May 2025. Suriname applauds the work of the mission and reiterates its continued commitment to the democratic principles enshrined in the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Suriname. If there are no further requests for the floor, I thank you one and all for being so kind with me as my first time chairing this illustrious council, and hope that we can have a wonderful and fruitful collaboration going forward through to the end of September. The meeting is adjourned. Well, it's the Secretariat now.